be a more chill vibe. It's very much like chill, no makeup, almost like a Friday vibe, but it's Thursday. I'm gonna work on this commission for as long as I can because I usually have a set amount of commissions I want to finish per month, and it's coming close to the end of the month, and a lot of my clients had delays, which is okay, it just happens, but I'm gonna try and push as far as I can to get this one done. They said that the outfits are cool, so really now is just about adding the color and actually bringing them to life at this point. I will be looking at the chat, but I'm expecting it to be kind of a chill stream, so I'll like mute myself. I figured out how to do it from my last one. How to do it easily. Alright. Let me pull up chat so I know what's happening. We were planning to get another monitor for me so streaming is easier, but we've had a few setbacks. So we won't be doing that for a little while, so bear with me for the little beginning. Alright. I have everything open. I think I'll talk periodically just to tell you what I'm doing if I'm switching tasks or whatever. But other than that, keeping it chill, unless somebody wants to have a conversation. That's also okay. First things first, I am gonna put the base colors. It's in the checklist right over here, so you know what I'm going to be doing anyway. But I'll go character by character. Okay. wanted to change the music to be a little bit more something chill still, and that threw me. So I went for a cool shadow, like sunlight, so cool shadow. I did do a purple because I could have went for full blue, but I'm not 100% sure if it's good with everybody. But for right now, I'm gonna keep it this purple, but I did it as a mask. So I can come back, disable it, turn it to this color, and then I can take this color and apply it to everybody else. So I did it smart. But for now, base color. I changed the background to gray because it's really hard to gauge their skin tone on pure white. Then Reedy is black and then Dodie is really, really pale white. So I wanted to give Edie this like mid-tone, and then Dodie is really pale, but if I use like a really light color against white, I can't tell. But she looks like a mid-tone now, right? Which she is. Well, actually, maybe not. But you can see she looks so much darker, right? I don't know what I'm gonna do with the background. But for now, at least I'm not gonna keep it white because I can't tell what the colors are gonna be. It'll be easy to adjust later. Studio is smarter with incomplete lines. However, it's not that smart, so in cases like these, I do actually just have to do it manually. noticed with my process though, you don't actually need to do this that clean because I will paint over it afterwards, but having it really unclean will cause problems later, so I try my best to do it as clean as I can from this distance. Pastel yellow next to her current skin tone it to look kinda grayish green, which is why I'm struggling. has like a gold doll on her belt. So I'm not drawing it right now because it wouldn't make sense. I'm probably gonna change things. But I'm gonna at least put the colors here. So if you don't know what it is, don't worry, it's just like most stiff of them all, I feel like. So during the painting stage, I probably will fix it up. It seems like because she was the most difficult, she was the easiest to fill in. glasses, so when I'm working with dark colors, I really can't see. Sometimes I'll take off my glasses. Cannot. We'll see how it goes. I do think, based on that, though, the shadows are a little bit too dark. They shouldn't be this dark this early on. I usually do another layer on top to make them darker. So I'm using the color for now, kind of to signify where it's going to be, but then probably lighten it. But when I lighten one, I have to lighten all of them. So let's just finish them and then I'll come back so they look together. Hello, Scythe. How are you? A very chill drawing day today. They are definitely not mine, but the artist before me did a really good job with the designs. I was just commissioned to put them all together in my style, but I'm lucky for this commission. They have like an actual, like 3 versions of each character already done, so I have so much visual reference to use. Not every time that happens. I also have, for my other commissions, the clients gave me like a whole document. Very blessed this time. We've got, they all have like a story too. The one on the left is the mayor's aide. Her partner here is a Gotham City Police detective. Yes, Gotham. It's Shadows of Gotham. A Gotham prosecutor is on the right here. Or out of order. I lined them up by height. Lila, she's a bottle girl but also a vigilante, but I put them in their like work outfits, so they have like a lot more variety, I feel like. Ben, which is the one we're coloring now, he's a mechanic, and then yeah, no, I literally just took the tallest guy and moved him over here, so he was the prosecutor. But it's like a, I want to say it's D&D, it's tabletop. Not D&D because there's not dragons, but it's a tabletop RPG for Wounded Warrior Project, which is a charity, I believe American charity. And they did it like, I want to say their own version of Gotham, their own story placed in Gotham. They have their whole series on Twitch, so you can check them out, which is why I put their name there. I told them they can stop by, but I think they have a different time zone, so they probably won't. But they existed before I drew them. I need to give them all the credit. They all have amazing backstory. Each player really wrote or gave a lot of information and put it together really nicely. Yeah, I hope to just do them justice. Yes, these are people's characters for tabletop. I believe they have their whole, I don't know what they have available, but I believe they have the series on their Twitch. At least on their Twitch, I've checked it. They do have like snippets. I don't know if they have everything else on like a separate platform, but they finished the series, and then one of the members, I think, wanted to give the team members like a present. So this is kind of like a gift situation. I don't actually know if they're aware that it's being made. I think at this point they probably are aware it's being made because the event is over. At the time, when I got the commission, they told me like don't reveal anything because it's a surprise. But at this point it's done, so I feel like it's chill. I don't know their full story. They gave me like their backstory a little bit, but I don't know the full story of what happened in the story because that would take a lot, I think. But I do have their alternative forms because some of the characters have alternate forms. And I think only Randir, the one on the right, he has the most interesting like story affected design, but everyone else, it seems like I kind of just went with one of the artist's renditions. I think maybe it was a request for the player. I think maybe most of the characters, they kind of stay looking the same by the end of the game, but Randir probably, he doesn't revert back to human, so he'll be fun to draw. That's why his clothes are all ripped up. But honestly, I'm not usually a drawer, not a piece of furniture. I'm not usually somebody who goes with line art. I'm more of a painter, but because there are so many characters, I do have to actually slow down and at least draw some of the details. And then when I'm painting, I think I'm gonna fix everything up, because right now, not gonna lie, they're rough. They're rough. But they'll get there. If you're used to seeing my final stuff, or if you've seen my final stuff, you'll know this stage is like very far from the final. But that's why I'm gonna work as hard as I can today and see how far I can push it, because it's almost the end of the month. And I tried to finish like 3 to 5 commissions a month. But because I did events, I have finished a whopping 0. Which means I'm very, very behind. So I'm trying to finish something, please. That means this week, basically, I've got to finish 2 to 3. We're gonna pump it up somehow. I've done it before, but it's not a really fun place to be. So we're gonna try and finish as much as possible. Probably we'll get to the 3/4 stage, where it's like final check with the client, and I go, hey, if you want things changed, speak now or forever hold your peace. Except I'm pretty lenient with that. I do tell my clients if I send the final and there was a big jump in the middle, like before this, you can see Randy as example, this character. That was their update, and then I send like the 3/4 of the way update where it's like done, basically. If they have things that they want changed, I don't want them to be intimidated by how much I did. That's purely like, okay, I just trying to get it to you as soon as possible. If you need me to change something, don't hesitate. I will make it work. But then if I do the final, my policy is if I do the final and then they ask for changes, and then I send it back and they ask for an even bigger change or something, then I'm like, hey, okay, hey, you had time to say this beforehand. If it's a big change, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that without pay. That's the only time, but usually I'm pretty good with it. And usually everyone else is pretty good with it too. This is a really strong color, I don't like. I am noticing I'm not struggling so much with the whites anymore, because I changed the background to gray just so I could, you know, work with the various skin tones and outfit colors. But I am struggling with the yellow tone. With Dodie's turtleneck and headband, and now Ben's. It's not really yellow, it's more like a beige, but his skin is also considerably close to beige. I'm struggling to make them balanced here. It looks kind of gray, but I'm gonna try. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm also having a very low energy day. Well, maybe it's forced low energy on you. Teeth pain is like the worst kind of pain, I think. It's unimaginable. I've gone through a lot. I hope the Pokemon Go gets better, the adventure gets better. Am I tripping, or are those 2 different colors? What is that? Because I'm looking at an artist's rendition, right? I can use it, but also because it's stylized, I'm like, what is happening? I don't think these are the same green. cohesive purposes, I'm kind of feeling from the other characters. Ooh. Fun fact about me, actually. I think I can't remember, but I've had 8 teeth removed, including wisdom teeth. So teeth pain. It is. I now have very sensitive teeth from my history of time. I also clench my jaw a heckin' lot while drawing, so if I ever complain about jaw pain, that's why. Oof. Having any teeth removed is kind of rough. Also, every time I've done it, they didn't put me under. Is that a common experience? I don't know. Some people get put under. I have never gone under, so... Including when I was a kid, they were just like, yeah, you got it, champ. And I'm like, what do you mean? I don't know, maybe I have... Maybe I'm traumatized from the whole thing. I don't know. But I've been to the dentist plenty of times after. I'm probably fine. Yeah, that's kind of how I dealt with it. They just numb you, and then I think you have more risk of being put under, actually. Isn't there, like, a lot of people are allergic, and a lot of things can go wrong with anesthetic or general anesthesia? I don't know. I've never been under. They did give me laughing gas one time. I'll have you know, it's no laughing matter. It did not make me laugh. I still don't know what this tool is, by the way. This is very green, but I think it's the glare of my thing making it look darker. Some of these tools, I don't actually know what they are. I'm relying on the fact that probably the artist before me did a lot more research than I did. I would absolutely show you the art that this person had done, but I don't know their username, so I can't credit them, so I'm not going. But if you do go to Shadows of Gotham, I think it's credited, and you can see the art that I'm referencing. I don't think they're on YouTube, though. I think just Twitch. What is supposed to be here? I drew it. I don't know. Silver there. Oh, that's correct. Okay, this is the inside of the jumpsuit, and then there are some patterns on this. But I don't know if I should do now or later. Like he's got a stripe here. That's the sleeve. And then on his actual pants, he's got like this. I think it's actually more complicated in the drawing, but I'm like simplifying because I'm going to paint over it, so then what's the point? voice is like too pristine for this character. The character is kind of grungy, so maybe. Sure, whatever, man. I'm gonna paint over it anyway. A lot of this feels like, okay, yeah, I'm doing this. Cover it anyway. It's very much like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I did my hair, and then I'm gonna put on a hat. So what's oh, that is a point. But I don't know what hair is sticking out of the hat, therefore I must style all the hair. That's basically the mentality. If you don't draw and you're somehow here, that's the comparison for you. East Asian or Southeast Asian coded, they said. So I gave him 4 tan skin, but I think Southeast Asians tend to have really dark hair. So arguably as dark as this character. I don't like using the same color, so I'm gonna give him more like reddish. Actually, I should give her more reddish, actually. So, maybe we'll do like so dark that it's almost like it doesn't have any tone. Apparently, Princess Jasmine has that, by the way. I literally just learned this a few days ago. A few hours ago, actually. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. This one because she's got orange. I'm gonna actually warm up her hair. It's still dark, so it's not like you can see, but makes it a little bit more cohesive. He's very cool toned right now. Alright, brother. You're gonna have some shadows. Right here, his arm is missing. Before I move on to Reindeer, I kind of want a plan of what I'm gonna do after they're done. My plan was to actually do a shadow this way. No, maybe this way then. If the light is hitting them like directly straight on, it would be right behind them. Maybe I'll have to move the shadow a little bit. But if they go like this, the light is hitting them this way, and they're shaded from that side, then it actually connects the characters a little bit more. Or, hear me out. How about something like that? Also because I want this side kind of shaded like he's kind of mysterious. And then I'm thinking we do it like this. I would probably take the characters or just paint this, or actually, this looks rough. This is just for illustrative purposes. Almost like I made Illustrator crazy. This is just for future me to understand what the plan is. Be a little bit intense. Okay, like that, and then this was thinking maybe we do a cute little Does this make sense? Lighting wise, absolutely not. But does it look cool? Yeah. That's what I'm going for. Maybe not that strong, but there's basically what I'm saying is some kind of graded in the background that's colorful, almost like not light flare. I don't know. Actually, whoops. Okay, like this, kind of. This might not be the right execution, but like this kind of vibe. What I'm going for. That okay. This thing, I feel like I can't figure that out right now, but where did I just put their shadow? I would also do something here where I would because I think this is really pretty whenever I see it like purple turn or blue purple turn into like warmer purple to like an orange. Okay, definitely not like that. Maybe it's a little too light, but the vision is there. Something kind of like that. That's my plan anyway. So it's not like they're just plainly there. And also if I don't like the color so much, I can always just experiment. But one thing that I noticed is in their I want to say their banner for this event or this game, they did use a lot of orange black for Gotham. Like the skyline, they used a lot of orange and black. So I feel like it might be kind of like a nice callback to it. It also gives like that vibe of like, oh, warm times. Okay, this might be a little bit extreme. Bear with me. I did want to experiment with this now because it actually does affect the shadow color. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna do Randier in a second, but it's also gonna affect all of them later, so. Whoa! Alright then, relax. A little bit intense. Anyway, this is essentially my plan. This is my plan. We're gonna group it and we're gonna call it my plan. Literally. There we go. Mugu Gaikan, that's I was close. Alright. Oh, take a deep breath. And before we get to Randier. Randier is the most complicated one. So his skin ain't skin. Straight out the gate. It is concrete. So he's gonna have lots of crinkle crackles all over his body. And he also has very limited color. In fact, take that away. He's got very high contrast in his clothing. His skin tone used to be very saturated, actually. Very interesting choice visually as well. I think it kind of signifies it's kind of like he was very full of life and then he became that. Let's go. Even though he's the ending character, because his jacket is behind Ben, I am going to move him so it makes more sense. Like that. my previous commissions, I was doing it on stream. I shrunk down girl character's leg, or her foot, to look more dainty. For him, he actually looks really. I think it was more of an illusion because she was not standing upright and kind of in a damsel position. For this character, he's very proud and he's very tall, so his feet being short actually makes it look really weird. Interesting. I'm thinking for the back, I could do it in like a really dark shadow, especially because his pants are just like a lighter gray. But I think it's kind of boring. So based on the background color or the shadow color for this purple, I feel like I'm actually going to do a trippy thing of making this part lighter and this upper part darker, even though that makes literally no sense. It makes no sense, but it looks. That's why we're gonna do it. It's also kind of a technique I've been playing around with lately after I did an artist study on stream, actually. haven't considered is, so this character is kind of, not a silver fox, I don't know if he's got salt and pepper in his hair. That's what it is. Handsome guy, a little bit older, which I do like that they did like age variation. These players. But one thing I didn't consider is he does have facial hair, right? But he also has stubble. Mustache, I understand how to do it on this kind of concrete body, but stubble? Would stubble even exist? Would the stubble even appear? This is something we have to experiment. I feel like I'll just make it darker and then be like, yeah, that's stubble. Or maybe we'll experiment because I don't know if that's logical. I just thought of a really funny pun. Not really pun. He's gonna have rock hard abs. Get it? Rock hard. he's made out of concrete. Okay, I'll mute myself. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go through and give it. Actually, I'm gonna lighten the shadow. It is at 75%. Oh, this one's 100 for some reason. Lighten it up. Oh, right. I moved it over. Then I'm going to end up lightning, or not lighting, sorry. I'm going to start rendering, which begins with lightening the line colors and coloring the lines. Okie dokie. after this stage, I actually merge the characters and then it's painting time. Like, we're not messing around with it. This is what they were the last time I was streaming, by the way. Still have them. This was where they were. I got to believe. I got to where they were without color, and then I added color now. Okay, so you can see here, this is the same layer as this one here. I'm going to color the lines. You see they're all... You can't actually see it because the checklist is on top of it, but just believe me. They're all in layer folders. After I color the lines, I'm just gonna merge them, so they will be a single layer each. The good thing about these slower streams where I am not as talkative is I can slow down and I can tell you exactly what I'm doing. And so if you ever wanted to steal my process, I don't know, it's not the most efficient, but if you wanted to know how I do it and figure it out, and you also can see how much time exactly it takes for me to do each. This is all one layer now. So she's prepped to paint, basically. I'm gonna do that with each character. Then I'm gonna come back, actually start from left to right, paint each one. This part also similar to actually filling in the lines or filling in the colors. I'm not that much of a perfectionist with, because I think when I mess up the colors a bit here and there, I actually get some color variation, which allows me to add a little bit more life in the future stages. So be messy. Do typically lighten the features of the face a little bit more, the skin, within the skin a little bit more. I didn't do that with Edie, however, because her skin is darker and I'm probably gonna have stronger shadows, I think it's gonna be okay. The more contrast is a little bit stronger here, I feel like. Especially when I add the blush. For Dodie though, if I don't lighten it, it's quite like a focal point. But she's filled. Ba-bam. She's also one layer now. Notice their hands are completed. I figured I'm gonna do that in the painting stage, because when I paint, I do adjust things a lot, and they're relying on each other. Their bodies might change. Changing the music eventually, figure out a better way to do music. On Twitch is so much easier, but YouTube is really strict. Bear with me. I also listen to the same music while you're listening to it, so so reindeer's colors are so monochrome, meaning like mostly one color all over, that I'm just not going to color his lines other than just making them purple. Because like, what else am I gonna do there? I could lighten up the like white here, but like, Scythe, you're right, I should save. Oh my god. Do you think I saved once during that whole time? I didn't. Actually, I think I have 2 different file versions of this, so I should actually don't even know where this is. Yeah. Good. It's a good point to save too, because the lines are now colored. It's time for painting time. I don't know if it's gonna make much more. You absolutely should take care after losing a tooth by force. Thank you so much for stopping by. Rest up. I'm wishing you quick recovery. I think injuries in the mouth heal faster, so that should be. Let me show you a comparison of the lines with color without color. That was it before, this is now. I think the biggest change is Dodie right here. One, because her eye color changed, but also the dark lines are really strong against light color. Okay. Time to paint. The fun part, but also arguably the painstaking part. Something I always say though, if you don't see me add blush, it's not me. My process consists of having some blush here. I do need to add some blush, maybe some color variation. I don't know if you've seen it, but people tend to put like yellow here, maybe yellow here, like yellow where the fat is, or yellow where it's more exposed to light, the raised parts of your face. And then they tend to put blue under your eyes. Somebody who doesn't sleep much or sleeps crazy schedule, your under eyes are very purple. I believe maybe the hollows of your cheeks. So there's like small little color variations. Maybe my color placement is incorrect, but it works for my style. That's all that really matters, right? She has darker skin, but we're just gonna make the blush work for what's the word? For shade. Also, I think she would be kind of blushy because, I mean, her girlfriend's pulling her, right? The other artist who did it didn't give as much blush, I feel like. Oh, yeah, she did, or they did, I don't know. But they didn't give Edie that much blush, it feels like. However, I feel like we could give her like a brown lip. That could be cute. I've lost it. Oh, lost that color. I'm going to add it to the fingers thingy. I don't really mind that if it blends into other things. Colors reflect on each other, so whatever. But also, putting it on the neck or something kind of drags some warmth there, and also hints the orange of her shirt, so adding a little bit of color variation already. I kind of stopped doing this in my process, but I want to bring it back. Take the yellow very subtly. Do it. Go too far, it looks insane. And I'm gonna do it with overlay. Just kind of like where the light is hitting, really. Don't worry, this is still really extreme. We don't want to give her jaundice. A little bit. It's very subtle. Very, very, very subtle. I don't know if it's even catching. Super subtle. But it just adds a little bit of variation. We're gonna do blue, but I don't want to use pure blue because pure blue sounds like a crazy thing to do. We don't want to make it like she's completely sleep deprived. We just want to make it so there's a color variation here. So very, very, very subtle. Subtle, right? Not much going on. And I'm gonna throw it in random places just so when I'm painting I can grab random colors. And then it like smashes together in a nice way. But it also kind of gives the illusion of like light shading. Didn't really do that with the... Ooh, what happened? Somewhere I have something attached to her that I don't know where. Don't know. We'll find out later, I guess. See, that's real, real subtle. There's something on this layer that's not supposed to. when I first start painting, I don't do it directly on the same layer because there's room for me to mess up. But as I get more confident, the more I go on, then I start to just solidify everything, and I just throw caution to the wind. Throw caution? I don't know if that's the right phrase. But I just get a little bit more reckless. Hi, Flicky. How are you? Face is always the most important, so I always work on the face first. So that's what it was before. Now, kind of. I accidentally drew on the wrong layer a few times, but I also raised her forehead because I believe her character is a little bit more raised. I do think it might just be my styling, but I do think it's an accident that her face looks a little bit too childlike. So we'll have to probably play with the proportions a bit. But let me clean it up and then do that. You'll notice I'm kind of avoiding the hand, but I have to do it eventually. Why did the golfer bring an extra pair of socks? Do you have a hole in one? Ha! If we were working on the other commission, I could pull up the funny husky who's doing the meme faces. I don't have a funny meme photo for this commission. I love the puns. So funny. Ayo. When you said Ayo, I just thought of mayo. That's absolutely. I don't have anything funny to say about that. That's just what I thought of. His hand is absolutely not working, but don't worry about it. We're just gonna burn past it. I'm doing okay. I'm having a one of those days, you know? One of those days where you wake up and you're like, man, I don't want to work. I just want to lie here. So instead of doing that, I have made this stream me working as long as I can. We'll see how long that is. But I did a lot already. We went from just having lines to having color, and now I'm painting. So we're getting there. Oh, and for this one, it was like this, and this is how much we've done. So you came at a great time. There's much to do. Actually, speaking of puns, reminded me. I started playing Life is Strange, and I think that game is like the king of pun games. It's such a punny game. Like the writing is so cheesy, very emotional, but like this is me working. We'll see how far I can get with it. I try to do 4 orders, 4 commissions a month, complete at least 3 to 5 at least. But we are running behind, so we're gonna try and get this as close to completion as possible so that I can finish it by the end of the month. We'll see. I'm gonna try. I'm trying so hard. We are witnessing me trying. But I have faith. I've done some crazy things in the name of completion. Never homework, but art? Yeah. Yeah. If it was a homework assignment, it would never get done. Hate homework. Lost Records. Which one is that one? Hold on. I think that's the one that I didn't play, actually. I think it was it's like when the creators split from Square Enix, right? Or there was one before, I don't know if it's the same one. Except Life is Strange 1 was very, very cheesy, so then... Ooh, it does look like it's the same developer. So Life is Strange 1 was Don't Nod and Square Enix together, and it's pretty funny because the very first one, they clearly make a reference to like a Final Fantasy movie, which is like a flop, I think, but they still like promote it anyway. I think Max in the game, she goes, I don't care what anybody says, but that was one of the greatest movies of all time. And players playing it were like, okay, Square Enix, whatever, man. But regardless, they split, I think for the 3rd game, I think they split, I'm not sure. I don't know if the quality changes that much, but all I can say is I did really like the story of the second one. I liked the first one. And then the rest of them, I don't have enough nice things to say. So they were okay. They were just okay. But Life is Strange 2, I never actually got to play it. I think just because of the time it came out. I think I was doing school or something. So I knew the story, and then I waited a long time so I could forget the story before I started playing it, and then now I'm finally playing it. And it's exciting because like the main character, he's a Latino artist. And I was like, oh my god, I'm a Latina artist. Oh my god, we have so much in common. It's really emotional. And I definitely cried. Which might explain how I'm dead today. I'm like, that was a lot of emotion. The Telltale games were really good too. I don't remember which one I played. If I played any. I can't, like, at this point, I'm like, I watched so many playthroughs at that time. I don't know if I played it or if it's just like my memory is like overlapping. I'm pretty sure I played The Wolf Among Us myself. And I would like to play more. I think there's something else with Telltale games. I think something's coming out. Like The Wolf Among Us continued. Am I delusional? Is that true? I forgot how to write. Oh my goodness. The Walking Dead series was good. I think I played the first one. Pretty sure. It came out around the same time. Wolf Among Us 2. Yes, but like you're not telling me when. You're not telling me when it's coming. When's it coming? They are coming out with a second one. Okay, so it's not me being crazy. Okay, they're coming out with a second one. I was like, somebody told me. But at this point, I don't remember. To be determined, of course it is. Of course it is. Gosh dang it. The Walking Dead though, it also had a continuation, right? Like it wasn't just like the first, like Clementine got older, right? Actually, funny thing is, one of my very first commissions was the characters from Life is Strange 2. Even though I didn't play it, I knew the story and I was obsessed. And then one of also like the second commission or something by the same person actually wanted a commission from the Walking Dead series. So like they're tied like this to me in my mind. I'm like, around the same time. Yeah. 4 seasons makes sense. All I remember is young Clementine, old Clementine, and then that one scene that I don't want to spoil for anybody, but there was one scene that was hella messed up. I was like, no, that's gonna stick in my mind forever. Cool. No. But the story was great. I was telling somebody about the Life is Strange 2 game, and I was like, because the theme of it is very like, it was accurate to the time. We're playing a Latino character, and then the story is very charged by racism. Because at the time, it was a hot topic, unfortunately. So I'm like playing this very emotional game, and they're telling me like, why are you playing something so sad? And I'm like, but it's important. Also, the art's great, but I am gonna cry. But then they were asking, okay, so if Life is Strange 2 is very like, okay, the bad guy, the villains are racist. What is the villains in Life is Strange 1? And I was like, a serial killer? I don't know. It's very... I think that's why Life is Strange 2 is so impactful for a lot of people. It is kind of realistic in the regard of, oh yeah, that's a thing that could really happen. That's rough, man. Oh man. Oh. I mean, it can happen in Life is Strange 1 too, but I don't know. I think it's the fact that there's a kid involved in it, like Clementine in Walking Dead. You're like, oh man, I'm having a great time, but my heart is being ripped out while I'm doing it. But it makes you really remember that game, I think. It's like more emotionally impactful that way. It's art. That's how you see, it's art. It makes sense. It just makes sense to me. It is essentially, yeah, I'm gonna cry while having fun at the same time. I did cry a lot, actually. I cried on stream, and then when I turned off the camera, I was just like, oh, it was so painful. But I think the art is great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it hasn't aged the best. I mean, we're already on Unreal Engine 5, okay? Like, games are beautiful now. I get it. But because I know of the concept artists behind the game, I know what they were thinking, what they were envisioning, and then all the little art pieces. The way they stylize everything is so cool. The same way they stylize everything for like The Walking Dead, like they have that marker look, almost like Borderlands does, even though I haven't played Borderlands. I have the game. Will I ever play it? I don't know. Somebody the other day was talking to me about Undertale, actually. And then I was like, I have the game. Will I ever play it? I don't know. I'm very picky. I like games that look pretty. That's my criteria. Yeah, I think those type of games, they live longer than... It's like Final Fantasy games. It's like a thing that I point out a lot. They live longer because they're so stylized and semi-realistic, but if you look at like games like maybe Grand Theft Auto or something, I can't think of one right now, but Grand Theft Auto is the one that comes to mind. They try and portray realism, and then when we come out with the next one that's like more realistic, then it's like, oh, this aged terribly because now we have a comparison. But then, like, for example, Zelda as well did it really smart. They never went for... I mean, Twilight Princess a little bit. Like, still really stylized. But, like, the coloring... Oof. Oof. But what they did with Breath of the Wild and Tears, even though Tears is so much better, you can tell they improved a lot because it's the same world. I think the visuals still hold up because it's so stylized and so like unique. It has that unique art style. It works. But if you mess up realism, humans are smart. It looks weird. Thus, I don't draw realism. This is semi-realistic at most. I avoid realism. It's so much work for no reason. I think my stuff is starting to lean more anime too. I don't know what's going on. I'm going through something. An artist identity crisis. Because when I do my personal stuff, it's a lot more anime, and then when I do my professional stuff, this would count as professional stuff. It's not as anime. Will they ever coincide? I don't know. Oh, I should save. I have not saved since rendering. Actually, it was really funny. I did the whole coloring part, like I got to this stage basically, and I didn't save until somebody reminded me to save. I need a tattoo, like right here, that says save. But then I would just forget the tattoo's there, and then I just wouldn't save, huh? Whatever, it's fine. Even though I have glasses, I don't know what I look like pushing up my own glasses, so this is just a mystery to me. Like, I don't know what things look like. I just draw them. Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna struggle with that for like all of them because I didn't draw these hands. I didn't draw these hands. That'll be fine. I didn't. You're okay. You're okay. You'll be fine. But like, what happened? I didn't want to do it. Therefore, I bet I'm gonna have to spend like a whole day strictly on hands. I feel like that's gonna happen off stream. It's gonna look like, oh yeah, it's so impressive. But don't look at the hands. We just don't look at them. Honestly, who's out there looking at hands? That's weird. Maybe you should not. I'm also really bad at drawing feet, so that all that tells me is that I don't stare at people's feet, and I think that's a respectable way to live. I don't know. We were just talking about Zelda, and I'm kind of doing that. I don't know what it's called. It's like shading without doing all of the, like, not blending. Not a hands guy, personally. Yeah, you know what? Me neither, I don't. Cool? Hands. Awesome. This is so unrelated, but you know what freaks me out? Veins. They really freak me out. That's all. That's all I had to say about that. They just freak me out. They do. It makes me think, like, if we're in an emergency, in an accident, and you get a single cut, I am going to have to learn how to, I'm going to have to be in charge of calling 911. Or if you're not in North America, 119? 999? You know, there's so many. Oh, see, there's too many variables. I don't want to be irresponsible. Basically. I think it's 119 in the UK and 999 in Japan. I could be so wrong. See my point? Won't even know who to call, depending on what country we're in. Also don't know how to do CPR. Good luck. I'm not meant to leave my house. This shoe is rough. Ghostbusters. Call Ghostbusters. I recently rewatched, because it was my birthday, Tick Tick Boom. It's that musical, and in the movie, he picks up the phone, he goes, "What do you want?" And then somebody gets like mad at him, and he's like, no, it's a reference. It's a Ghostbusters reference. I hadn't watched Ghostbusters, actually. So I was just like, yeah, I would also be like, this New Yorker's kind of intense. It's a shoe! Achoo, it's a shoe. Ooh. Actually, I did start playing Tears after playing Zelda on stream, but then I refused to play it on stream because, one, I do not, because like the whole premise of Tears is like you build stuff to like get you places, and I was not about to do that publicly because I had a feeling I was gonna die in the stupidest ways. I couldn't do it again. I was like, no, I need something really, really chill and straightforward to play on stream. So then I picked Life is Strange, and I still got lost somehow. I don't. The directive is right in front of me, still get stuck. But it was, I said chill, but it's emotionally not chill, so like, Okay, I think that's pretty good for this character. Her hand, be whack, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna merge. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, first, before I do that, that's what she looked like before, kind of. And while I was yapping away, that's what I did. A finger somehow moved, but you know, whatever. I'll figure out the rest after. This is one of those things where I'm gonna go back and forth to fix, because if I finish her and then I go to the next one and then they don't look alike, that would just be sad. It would be sad. So we're gonna move on to her girlfriend, Dodie. Before I do that, actually, I did mention that her face is actually not correct. So I'm going to change her proportions a little bit and pray that her glasses don't get this. I want it to be like her expression is like she's happy she's getting pulled, but she's also kind of like unsure about it. Okay, but if I move her eye, the other eye looks insane. Actually, her other eye already looks insane now that I look at it. Oh. Well. But if you're smiling like this, your cheek does push out like this. She does have, based on the artist's interpretation before me, more like narrow cheek situation. So because I added the chub, it kind of looks a little bit younger. A bit younger. So I'm doing my best. Age her up slightly. But then my art style, typically characters kind of naturally look young because I do big eyes. Big anime goo eyes, you know? So we're looking at her from below, so her chin supposed to be a little longer. That. Did I do anything? To be honest, could not tell you. So her forehead is bigger, but I drew her edges in, and then I realized, oh, incorrect, ma'am. Face shape was actually, it might just be her hair. Okay, her head is low-key deformed right now, but don't worry about it. Wait, get back to it. It makes it look like she's more turned to the side. Okay. But you know what? Considering my client had them looking like how they looked before. Looking like this without color, I think it's pretty okay. Woo, thank you for remembering, Luton. It was not so much of a convention as I kept calling it a convention because it was an anime event. In fact, I recorded the whole thing and I plan on making a YouTube video about the experience. And in the thing, I plan on putting like not a con because I keep saying con, but it's not a con. The con is, it wasn't a con. It was interesting. My neighbor, my artist neighbor, also was like, I don't really know what to expect. I didn't expect us to be in a literal mall. We were in a mall, a dead mall. And I had learned that a lot of people don't typically enjoy the events run by the company that was running this event. So I didn't know what to expect. I actually originally expected to make $50. And then after learning more about the event and how there wasn't a lot of promotion and how we were in a dead mall, I was like, okay, now I expect to make $0. Like, I expect nobody to even buy from us. And I was pleasantly surprised we actually made back our table. Yeah. So we actually did learn quite a lot about what things sold well, what things we should not make again, and what things are way too expensive. But my neighbor was really sweet, and everybody who stopped by was really nice. I did get some funny comments, but like nothing could have dampened my day. I was just like, I made it here. Amazing. It was about 2 hours away from where I live. So it was like a 2-hour drive, essentially. So it's like one of those things you have to weigh, like, was it worth it? Was it worth the 2-hour drive and the hotel stay? I don't really travel Canada that much. I've traveled a lot in America, surprisingly. Yeah, weird. There's not much to do in Canada. It's just kind of dead over here. Just cold. Because the more north you go, it's just snow. So like, how far am I gonna go? I live in the most diverse part of Canada, I feel like. Most people probably live here. More city people live here. So to go somewhere where it was like so dead, I was kind of like, that's crazy. I had never really ventured that far out of, you know, where I was. Away from the city, really. I was like essentially in the country. And we went to like their one mall. And it had like a bunch of shut down stores. It was it was funny. But overall, for a first time test was a really good one because it wasn't too crowded. They gave us 3 hours to set up. We set up in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I was like, oh, okay, good. We have a standard now. I have my next event actually closer to me, so thank goodness. So I can consider myself local. And I don't have to drive so far. 2 hours is crazy. For your very first event, oof. But my next event is gonna happen next month. And I have like a bunch of events back to back. I don't know why I did that to myself, but we did it. In fact, I don't think I expected to get into all of them. And then when we did, we were like, okay, we'll just do it. And now I'm like looking at the reality of it. And I'm like, oh, why did I say I'll do it? Oh no. It's a really weird schedule. It's like I have an event. It's like an art market. There are different markets. They're small ones. But I have an event. I have a day off. I have an event. I have a day off. And then I have another event. And then guess what? I have a day off. So it's not like I can leave it. I have to come back, set up, lie down, hopefully do some work in between. Because it's not like I can not do work. Still have things to do. It's crazy. But I did it to myself, and so we shall see. I do expect these events to do better than the one that I did in the middle of freaking nowhere. It was really the middle of nowhere. Oof. Ooh, Pennsylvania. Dude. Actually, we were looking. So, my partner is so sweet. He is the one who's always looking for the conventions. Because Lord knows, there's too many. There's so many. And for some reason, we learned this, there's none in June. Is that weird? Like, they have one every month, but June? What is that? Why? But basically, we were looking at ones in America as well. So. Hey. I don't know which ones are out there yet, but we're gonna sure find out. Definitely looked into Seattle, because we heard there's a really big one there, and also the Life is Strange game that I'm playing now is based in where? Seattle. We were talking about LA, but I was like, isn't LA expensive? And then at one point we were talking about Washington, which was really funny. My reaction was like, yeah, but it's Washington. What's in Washington? The White House? Oh, okay, whatever. And then we were saying like, oh, but there's another place in Canada that's like over here. And I'm like, yeah, I do the one in Canada. Actually, apparently Washington is closer than... I live in Ontario, very big province. It's essentially the same. Somebody said, don't dox yourself. It's essentially the same as saying I live in Texas. You would not be able to figure out what's going on. Ontario is huge. But Ontario is, I think Ontario and Quebec both have access to the US. That's a good question. I don't know which one, but whatever's closer to... Whatever's closer to the border, right? I have a really skewed view of the distance because I did a road trip one time, no, a bus trip, a tour bus trip when I was a teenager, and we went to the White House, and we also went across, like, you know, through Buffalo and from Canada through. So now I'm like, it could just be Washington State, but it could also be DC. I don't know which one it is because no idea. It's probably DC then, because British Columbia is quite far. We share British Columbia, huh? Canada and US does. I'm learning so much about geography, and I never had to because I did really badly in geography, including Canadian geography in high school, because Canada is just way too big. I distinctly remember them giving us, this is in high school by the way, this is so dumb. They gave us a map of Canada. They were like, okay, your assignment is to color in the territories and color in provinces of each one. And honestly, kind of a challenge, because have you seen Northwest Territories? They're all like tiny little... But I distinctly remember that specific task. And yeah, I don't remember any... I don't know. I did apply to a convention, an actual convention in Edmonton. Apparently it's quite big. It's like in Alberta. See, I don't even know what province it is. I've just insulted a bunch of Canadians just now. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's very fair. I think maybe going to the capital of any country, maybe kind of not capital, but wherever the president, prime minister, whoever lives. Honestly, you could go to Ottawa in Canada. It's just kind of boring. Like, I'm telling you, Canada is really boring. Maybe if you go to Toronto, it's interesting. Somebody has told me I'm just desensitized, and that's why I think it's boring. I do like Toronto though. But Vancouver is supposedly nice, and I have not been to Vancouver yet. Would like to go. Wait, where is Edmonton? I gotta double check. Where's Edmonton again? I made a hotkey just for the mute button, and this is why. This is why we did it. But I was saying, nice, you've been to Toronto? What else did I say? I said something about Toronto. Ah, yeah. I said it's nice in Toronto, and everybody who lives near Toronto just says, "Oh yeah, I'm from Toronto," because nobody knows where anything else other than Toronto is. Thank you for telling me I'm muted. I'm glad somebody told me. It happens too often where I mute myself, nobody says anything. Somebody needs to say something. Even if you're not gonna say anything to me, just tell me. Please. I think what happened is I typed something, I made it a key that I press too often. So I'm gonna reassign it later. We learn as a baby streamer, you learn. What can you do? But Toronto's nice. What did you do in Toronto? Toronto. There's one T. One T. Toronto. Do you know Toronto? Huh? I think Toronto has a better food. At least. I really want to do an event in Toronto, actually. Right now, I think they have Fan Expo going on. So it's actually Canada's biggest event. I'm pretty sure it's Canada's biggest like anime event, and I think this year there's like a lot of artists there. I applied and I got rejected promptly. But it's okay. My neighbor at the event that I went to also said that they applied and they also didn't get in, and it's incredibly hard to get in. And I think because I'm kind of a newbie at selling, I don't have that much, like, I don't have street rep, you know? A CN Tower? Yeah, CN Tower. What else are you gonna do? I'm gonna see stuff at the CN Tower. 'Cause, you know, I think I've been to the CN Tower like 5 times. At this point, I don't wanna go up there anymore. But when you go once, you see the people are ants, and then you're like, oh, cool, I am a god, and then you go down and you're like, my ears popped, I'm good, I'm not gonna do that again. But Fan Expo actually is right next to the CN Tower, I believe. It's held at the Metro Convention Center, I think. So, you know exactly where I'm talking about. It's like really black. I don't know how this happened. I'll lighten her hair afterwards. If I was to tell a tourist to go to Toronto, what would I recommend? Because I think all big cities kind of have the same stuff, you know? I have nothing to recommend. The food. Just food. I think we are really good at multicultural food. Because Toronto, more than anything, is probably known for that. Ooh! Listen, you've probably traveled more of Canada than I have at this point. If you've been to Vancouver. I think Vancouver has a lot more Japanese population, so I want to go, and I just want to go to the Daiso, honestly. Don't understand how Toronto doesn't have a Daiso. That's the one question I constantly have. And if you don't know what a Daiso is, anybody who's watching, it's like a Japanese dollar store, essentially. Which is why I'm confused. Why don't we have? You know, that's fair. There's not much to, I mean, all of our cities kind of just the same. Well, they do have different vibes. I think Montreal and Toronto are very different though. Montreal, like French Canada and English speaking Canada, well, French Canada is this tiny little space. But I do think they have more interesting architecture versus Toronto, where we look very modern. Unless you're like me and we're not really near the city, it's more like we've got suburbs and countryside, like it's so quick we can. But if you're downtown, it looks very modern, I feel like. Versus Montreal, it looks still old-fashioned because, you know, they take that French inspiration. Funny thing though, their accent is like extremely different, and to the point, even though I studied French here, I can't understand Canadian French. It's really bad. And it's because they have the old French accent, and then in like, for example, Spain and France, they have the new French and Spanish accent, which is why the other countries don't have the same accent. I think the same with Portugal and Brazil. They have also very different accents. Speaking of, so sorry to offend my Portuguese speakers, but Brazilian Portuguese. Rep my country. That's what I grew up with, that's what I prefer. You know, I know quite a few people who live in smaller cities, and they constantly tell me I would hate to live in Toronto. They prefer living in a smaller city. I think I would prefer to live in the suburbs, but close to the city. Because food. That's mainly it. It's the food. And like accessibility a little bit too, because the closer to the countryside you're at, why is everything so freaking far? I don't want to drive everywhere, man. I just want to walk. Just let me take a walk with my cute dog. Let me get my coffee. Let me sit down and potentially not talk to anybody. But if you live in the city, people will talk to you. I think this is something Canadians and Americans have in common that like bewilder people. Like Canadians and maybe Americans in friendly areas, I definitely not New York, but in friendly areas, they come up to you and they go like, "Hey, how are you? How's it going?" And introverts all around the world coming here are like shocked. They're like, "Oh my god, why is this strange person talking to me?" I am guilty of this. I have done this to people. But now I feel like I don't want to talk to people, so like I typically wear headphones, which weirds me out even more when somebody talks to me and I'm wearing headphones. It's like the universal sign. I'm like, hey, I'm not listening to you. Don't talk to me, please. But they do it anyway, and then I'm shooketh every time. I do like the friendly vibe for sure. Especially like if I'm having a day where I want to be friendly to somebody and then they look at me like I'm crazy. There was this one day, actually, I was wearing headphones, so I was wearing the I'm not gonna talk to you signal. But still, I took off my headphone passing a girl and I like essentially shouted at her. Polite catcall? I don't know. It was from girl to girl, so I don't know. I was like, hey, that dress looks great on you. Just kept going. Honestly, I don't even think she looked at me. And then I looked down and then I was like, I am wearing all men's clothing, so I don't know. Maybe she was like, this girl doesn't know fashion, or she was like, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna not, like, if she didn't look up at all, maybe she was just like, no. And I was like, you know what, I respect it. Fair enough. I have freaked girls out with that a few times. I think I'm just gonna chalk it up to them being like awkward. Because if a girl compliments me, I'm always like, thank you. But especially having worked in retail service, it's just like my go-to. I don't think it's weird anymore. But I have definitely complimented girls and they looked at me like insulted, and I'm like, I am so sorry. You're so right. I should just not talk to you. I'm just gonna leave. My bad. I don't know, man. I think it's funny. But where I find it really concerning when somebody talks to me is if we're in an enclosed space and I can't escape. Then I'm scared. Then I'm like, please no. I can't. That means we have to continue talking, and if it gets weird, I can't escape. Whenever I'm in an elevator and somebody strikes up a full-on conversation, I'm scared. I'm like, please stop. It happened one time, and then I got home. And I was like, I got cornered in an elevator, and this guy was trying to get me to use his real estate service. I'm scared. I'm not gonna take the elevator when that guy's taking the elevator ever again. That is so fair. That is fair to ask if somebody wants a compliment. Yeah. I think I was raised in a way where it was like, you just compliment people. I don't know. But I typically keep to myself unless we're already having an interaction. For example, like I have a barista who's interacting with me, or if I've already smiled at the person and they've smiled back, then probably I'll be like, hey, by the way, whatever. But in this situation, the situation where this person essentially glared at me, I think I was in a retail setting. So I was helping this person, and then I was like, hey, you're really pretty, by the way. Have a nice day. And they look at me like, weird. You weirdo. And I'm like, my bad. But at the same time, I'm like, okay. But my rule definitely is don't like comment on things that would make them uncomfortable. Keep it very vague. Or compliment their clothes or something. I don't know. I like your shoes, you know, kind of thing. Because obviously we don't want to compliment things that make it weird. Depends on the setting. I don't know. I think the rule though is just can't be offended. Because if you're giving it for free, you can't be offended really. But I think Canadians, they tend to be really, really nice. Actually, they were really nice at the convention I was at too. I think a lot of people were not used to, especially because it was a small area, they were not used to seeing artists. So they were like, wait, you made all this? And I was like, yeah, man. Yeah, that's how this works. That's how I'm here. Would not be allowed here, actually. Some events are less strict about that. But point being, if I'm selling it, I made it. So they were very shocked about it. And I was like, oh yeah. They were like, wow, you're amazing. I'm like, oh my god. Don't make me cry, please. So nice. Ah. So I'm a very big fan of compliments. For sure. It's the way to win me over, I guess. This is very fair. Yeah, if you like compliment someone on something like basic, right? Then it's like whatever. But if you make it like, oh, you're attractive to me, then yeah, it gets weird. It gets really, really weird. So that's why I was like, when this girl took it the wrong way, I was like, I worded that so wrong. I actually don't remember what I said. But you know, that's okay, girl. That's all right, girl. You have standards I respect. I did find it really funny. But yeah, it was funny. Usually when my girlfriends though, they compliment me, they're very like, they just give me one word. They're like, oh my god, slay, and that's it. Queen, that's it. I can't just be yelling out nouns at people. But for the most part, I think people, they're pretty receptive, they're good. It is also worth noting though, I did actually this experiment back in university because I was really actually shy or really uncomfortable talking to strangers. So I actually forced myself to talk to people. So I did become one of those Canadians that just talk to people. I was my fear. And the easiest way was to go up to a girl and compliment them. And actually a lot of them were really like friendly about it. And then we strike up conversations. I've like exchanged numbers. It was great, like friends, you know, not that way. Oh my god, no. But I quickly learned that I was not able to do it to the guys. Quickly, because they did interpret it as me hitting on them almost every time. So I have experienced the flip actually. It was a rough time. But still now, I will definitely compliment my guy friends and strange women on the street. If the urge arises to tell someone they look nice, I don't know. I spent so long on the hair, I could just... Yeah, it does. It's tricky. It is, I do understand that. I think it's different if it's like a friend or like, for example, one time this happened to me, I was straight up complimenting somebody's shoes. And then I promptly was like, how do I get out of this situation? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think it's also a cultural thing. So I was raised Brazilian. We are very extroverted, very talkative, but for the most part, it's not like I can generalize for all of us, but in my household, we were. And you know, we have no shame. We're just like, go up to someone, tell them something nice, move on with your day kind of thing. Just kind of like very friendly vibe. But yeah, definitely picked up. Can't do that with everybody. That's okay. We live, we learn. I do think girls tend to like compliment each other a lot though. It's just kind of like, especially around me, culturally, we just kind of just do it. Just to like anybody. I always find it really nice when somebody does it to me. It happens a lot actually. Do you think her pants actually have more of a pattern? But like, I'm gonna get there. Social cues. It's tricky, huh? Oof. "99% of the time, in my mind, I'm like, well, they can either take it one of two ways. One, they won't take the compliment, and I'll be like, all right, chill. And then 2, they take the compliment, they feel great. So they either think I'm a weirdo, or they leave this interaction thinking somebody just made their day. I think it's worth the risk. Within reason, obviously. I ain't going up to anybody who's wearing headphones. That's for sure. I have absolutely yelled at a woman across the street one time. She was clearly doing a photo shoot. Okay, so the context. I've clearly been like, yeah, you go, girl. And she yelled back, thank you. So I was like, at context. And then the people I was with at the time, they looked at me like, are you crazy? And I was like, this girl's having a photo shoot. You get so self-conscious in front of a camera. Girl, let me tell you, you look great. I don't think you need to know someone to tell them they look good. They put in effort. Well, again, context. I did really like that part of the convention, actually, because everybody's in cosplay, or they're wearing like really cute themed outfits, or they have like really cool art. You can like essentially compliment everyone. Yelling at a soldier across the restaurant. That's kind of funny though. Hey, maybe they went home and they were like, that guy's really patriotic. Can't fault him for that. I have seen YouTubers talk about this actually a lot, which I think is really funny too. They get yelled at, and they're like bewildered in the wild because they didn't expect somebody to recognize them. And then after the fact, they're like, "Oh, that was actually so sweet. But I looked so awkward at the moment." So most of the time, when people get like stunned because a stranger is talking to them, and 1 is not selling them something, or 2 is not asking for the directions or something like that, like just random person, I think the reaction is to react like, why are you talking to me? So it's okay, we just can go home and we look crazy. It's fine. Who doesn't look crazy? I'm here on stream. When do I not look crazy? It's so real. I need to just be okay with it. Listen, if I wasn't the type of person to compliment people on the street, I would not be on stream. I need 3 to 6 business days to properly react. I need 3 to 6 business days after I do something embarrassing. That's, I think, me. But I did something embarrassing just yesterday, and here I am. I'm back here, so I didn't get my 3 to 6 business days. It's only a matter of time I do something awkward again. Not awkward, just ungraceful. Something. If anybody was here for my stream yesterday, it was the reason I learned how to mute my mic. Because I didn't know how to mute my mic during the game. So then I just was like, well, I'm gonna cry a lot, so let me go get my water. And all you hear in the background is click, 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 the water. But I think it was kind of funny, so you know what? I think it adds character. Whatever. I did once have, I was streaming with a friend a really long time ago, and I didn't know how to tell her this, except to text her. But she was like, I could fully hear her conversation with her roommate. And I think she was trying to fix something technologically, like she was having a technical issue. And I was just like, girl, please look at your phone. You're not muted. I can hear the whole thing. Hi, Rumi. Can hear you. She might have been mortified. I don't know. Maybe she has stronger will than I do. I would be mortified. Oh, what else is new, huh? Adding in these stripes, but I'm like, should I even add these now? Not really stripes, they're like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I told her. It was a long time ago. Oh, I should say. Love that the save is just a button. See, we should all learn from me. We should tell people to mute their mic or to unmute. I think that's... See, listen. We're gonna compliment people on the street, and we're also not gonna let people walk around the house unmuted. Okay, that was before, after. I didn't add the skin variation that I meant to add before, so I'm gonna do that now. Believe it or not, I actually not straightened my hair, but I blow dried my hair. And it's very, very puffy. That was the opposite of what I was going for. But I think as this stream is gonna go on, we're just gonna watch it expand more and more, and that's just what's happening. Just warning you now. Thank you, Luton. I mean, you were here for a good chunk of it. I mean, you were here for this whole character. Hey, oh, that was a long time. Thank you so much for stopping. Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate. I don't know what time it is for you, but rest easy. See, what did I say, people watching? If somebody comes in and has a conversation, wants to have a conversation, I will oblige the conversation. But now I will go back to mute, and let's see how fast I can go. Lila was a character that I felt kind of stiff. So before I even start to play around with Liquify a bit, not that I want to change her body. I want to make it a little bit more. Can't recall if she's actually supposed to be looking at him or if she's supposed to be looking at them, because I feel like she is supposed to be looking at them. Let me look at the previous tiny sketch here. Yeah, she was, I think, originally looking at them, and I think that's why it got weird. Like, body positioning wise. Because her looking at him like this, it doesn't make sense why her body is tortured. And that's why she's smiling, like they're cutely interacting here. Doesn't her neck look much more? It looks like it makes more sense. It just looked really uncomfortable. She's got like this sultry eye going on because of the outfit. I think her face makes a lot more sense now. Maybe it's not like perfect, but at least her body language makes more sense. It was such a small thing, but it was weird, man. Also, her legs and her torso look really far apart. Might be an illusion, but like really extreme movement. Wrong in thinking that? Maybe it's actually supposed to be. It looks really extreme, right? Maybe a thing of adding the shading will make it make sense, but this is the same layer. All right. In that case, we're gonna flip it. See what's wrong. See, they're definitely leaning the correct way. She looks weird. Part of it may be that it's really uncomfortable to lift your arm that far back in this angle. That. I think the shadow is incorrect, so it makes it look weirder, but her face also is leaning really far over, and I think it's a little bit too much. It's almost like I have to redraw it. I'm gonna do it on the next layer. resizing because I'm realizing this character is taller, right? But she's leaning and she's also not wearing heels. So I'm just gonna do one of these so you can kind of guesstimate how tall she is in comparison. I resized her, but she's actually really tall now. She still should be shorter than the guys here. And she's not even fully upright, so still. You should actually be shorter. Or Ben should be taller. Ben should be taller, actually. Or just do like this. Back. But that means ED to be shorter. I'm just gonna move her arm, I think. It would work better. I want their feet to kind of be in the same place. Happy medium so it doesn't look weird. Supposed to be like 2 inches shorter than him. Means Lila's head has to get bigger. I feel like a little small. Also still awkward. Body's still awkward. I think it's more like the arm twist is wrong, but body is correct. Okay, I don't think Lila's perfect, but I'm gonna keep moving on because I would like to at least get all of them to some kind of rendered stage. Hello, Miko. You're here for the whole wolf husband. However, today I am working on a different commission. I don't have any wolfies today. I do have all of these people. I realize when I zoom out, there's actually a lot going on. But today my goal is to be able to render them halfway, which means I don't have to do their hands. If you notice, none of them have hands complete. But we got a concrete guy though. He's made out of cement. But he's the only one who I haven't touched yet, so he doesn't look like cement yet. He just looks gray. We'll get there. We'll get there. I think I gave this guy the most texture in his face, but his nose shape because he is supposed to be Southeast Asian, and based on the art that I got, nose is a little bit more, I don't know what the term is, but this part of his nose is higher up. Not alar, I don't remember what it's called. Is it alar? I don't know, man. Super strong cheekbone. I assume he still has lips. So intense. What did I draw before? This. draw that many dudes. I was building my VGen recently. On there, woo. Everything is still waitlist because obviously I have a lot of commissions, so technically I always have a waitlist. But I was trying to show like all of my stuff and realized, oh my god, I don't have any dudes. Because I don't typically draw dudes for personal work. I guess I have to draw some more guys. I mean, I did draw Link recently. Maybe I'll draw Gina. Demon Hunters. It's just a matter of time. You can do it. Time. This guy doesn't have a dog. His face just says grr. Problem is, these girls, their faces, girls and them, and to not have as much detail, which is why I like his before better. So I'm going to soften. Or rather sharpen things up. The nose for me. Does it look like a nose? That's what matters. Okay, my record for streaming has been like 6 hours, or maybe I've done longer, but never by myself. I don't remember. In a long time. At least this year, 6 hours. I am not aiming to do that today. At this rate, maybe. Whoa! My goal is to get him partially rendered, like everybody else, and to also render around here a little bit. Ooh, let us see how far she goes. reaching my drawing limit. I can tell. Like, I think, even though I'm a full-time artist, I think my limit is like maybe 5 hours in a row, like 5 hours in one go. But streaming is a little bit hard because like I'm talking, right? So I can't actually tell. But when my hand starts getting tired, that's how you know I am reaching my limit. Not my drawing hand, it's actually my left hand. My left hand is very weak. The one that's pressing all the buttons. His face is rendered. Everything else is like, okay. His pose wasn't that bad. I didn't have to fix him that much. It was more the other characters. Grandier though, the next character. I'm like talking through it. So I can somehow manage to get through it. He's the most stiff and also complicated. Therefore, a little worried about that guy. Okay, we have to stop this character. We gotta move on because my hand. Alright. I did try and do a little bit. It's not like, yeah, well no, video gaming too, you can also sprain your hand. He doesn't have blush, so I can't add any. He's actually more of a challenge than everybody else. that a face? Don't really know how to do his mustache just yet. He's got a mustache. Mustachioed man. His body is whack right now that I fixed his face. Like his waist is way too thin. Or too close. I knew that he was the one that was the weirdest. I'm gonna make him bigger so I can fix him. Type 5. I don't know. I don't think I can fix a man who's been turned into concrete. Don't know the story there. Definitely don't have the skills. His shoulder should be okay. I don't know. Hold on. Do some surgery. We're gonna make him completely wider. Oh, that's not it. No. Wide-shouldered man. Wait, I'm also gonna make him a little taller. He's gonna look crazy until I figure it out. Whoop. Please bring your face with you when you leave first. He's not that much taller than Ben, which is the kindest. Alright, it'll liquefy. Lift his arm here. His body's gonna break. Don't worry about it. We can fix broken bones. You over. He's like an anime protagonist. He's like, oh no, I've been turned into concrete. What could I ever do? Pulls this ridiculously dramatic pose. I don't know, his character seemed to be dramatic to me. I don't know, is he dramatic based on his story? He's emotional, but he shuts it down. He's very proud, easily irritable. Yeah, he's dramatic. I'm emotional, but I won't deal with it. Yep. How dare you insult my honor, kind of guy. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Okay. I think it's time for the dreaded. You know what time it is? Don't know what time it is? Sorry, it's not the time for the beheading, but it was necessary. Bro's neck is not attached to his body. At this point, it's like redrawing him completely. Okay, it's time for the red lines. Ooh. Howdy, werewolf! I'm not drawing a werewolf today. However, I am drawing a concrete guy. A cement? What's the difference between cement? Ah, did I turn off, when I typed in cement, I probably turned off the, like, I'm gonna change that key later, but you know what? All you need to know is cement and concrete aren't the same thing, and I am losing my mind. We're doing the red lines now, because Rose body don't make sense. Face is pointing this way. Got an ear. Thick. I'm on the wrong layer. I've been on the wrong layer. Oh my god. We're on the right layer, okay. Okay, he's got a face. It's looking that way. Neck, so far, so good. We're doing okay. Now, what the heckaroony is happening out here? He's got shoulders. Alright, he's got shoulder blades. I mean, collarbones. He does also have shoulder blades, but that's not what I'm talking about. If he's got a torso, I'm just gonna reball this, okay? And see if it looks weird. Bro's arm needs to go here. Because otherwise it just makes sense. This part here is actually his pectorials. He's got ribs because we also think men should also have organs. He's got his trunk of his body, like he's a tree. And we're already catching. Do you see it? Do you see what I see? His body is too short. This is his hip area. Your body be short. Also, I think because it's my styling and it's a little bit more anime-esque, it should actually be slightly smaller. His head should be bigger than more exaggerated. They taught me this in school, in high school, like the proportions of a human, but I didn't. Actually, it's not that far off when you do it like this. This was not an art stream, that would be really intense. He does seem to have high-waisted pants. Okay. Now let's try the legs. I do think his legs are wrong. As if he's leaning forward to be extra dramatic, because why not? Oh, hold on. This is his kneecap. Nobody has ankles this skinny, but don't worry about it. His legs be short. Oh no. My dude, how could I have done this to you? So let's make him the size of the red lines, so it matches. And also because his height should be similar to Ben, who's next to him. His head needs to get way bigger. His arm also needs to get longer if his leg is moved like this. So, chop, chop. I do like that there's some parallels in the posing of everybody. So let me explain. They're both leaning this way. This hand is, you know, kind of the same lean, same direction. He's kind of static, but he's looking at them. He's also looking at them. So there's this direction here. He's also still leaning this way. And again, he's leaning this way and looking this way. So there was some thinking there. Some of it was subconscious. I do not take credit. I can fix with liquid eye. This way, body move this way. His waist was too skinny. His waistband, I actually should be a little bit straighter. Okay, so. Bro, I don't know where your kneecaps are. Like that song, Bust Your Kneecaps. I am removing your kneecaps. Technically, this pose, I don't think it works. The red line pose, a little bit. I think he would be leaning. Line, see how messed up he is? He's still messed up, but better. Now we can see what we're doing. Hello? What? There we go. Okay. Yeah. This right here is going to confuse the heck out of us. By us, I mean me. You don't need to understand what's happening. Sir, I think your pelvis is pointing the wrong way. Try and say that to a stranger. Hey man, sorry to bother you, but I think your pelvis it's on wrong. Just losing it. I'm like 90% certain I put on his pants wrong. I think I did them like women's pants, not men's pants. Whatever. You know what's frustrating though is I've done this exact pose before. Like I've done this like one for one. Like I've done this exact pose and I'm struggling. But also a similar body type too. So I'm like, what? Happening? These pants look green, they're not green. All will reveal itself at the end when I do color balance. Just not today. His jacket is supposed to be kind of oversized and over his shoulder though, so it's like hard. Let's not give his pants such a high waist then. Give him a belly button. I don't have same face syndrome, but I do have same pose syndrome. I have absolutely done this pose. But like 2 years ago. I'm like, maybe it's fine. Don't worry about it. It still fits the situation, therefore that's what matters. I don't care if you've been changed to concrete, my dude. You still have an Adam's apple. Take it back. Very much a situation of, well, I might as well stream it anyway. / it kind of makes me productive, so it works. Some people enjoy this kind of more chill content or like learning content, educational stuff, I guess. However, for the most part, like I had the stream today and I have to work on this commission today. So let's combine. And hopefully, if, you know, this gets completed, or not completed, mostly completed, you know, it will be a good day of work. I pray, I hope, please. feel like it doesn't really make sense, but I went an hour over my usual, and I feel like I did a lot in 5 hours. I keep the red line here. I started earlier than this. So during this stream, I added the colors, and if we go through, they started out like this. So they really had no color, they had nothing going for them in the beginning. So actually we did a lot. I'll show you so you can see kind of a review here. So this is them in the beginning of the stream versus now. I shifted them actually a lot. They have a lot more, I think, vibrance to them now. I will play around with them a bit. Maybe I can do it so that they overlap a little bit more, so there's like more character. I'm actually gonna try that right now. Easier now because I'm looking at Randir and his coat is covered too much. Get all of these guys over. Could be that Lila is behind, like this. And so I'll see Randir, I want to be kind of distant because he's the most dramatically changed, but his coat is still flowing and hitting them, making this kind of connection between them all. Do you think like Lila in front? Yeah, I think they look cute. They look cute already. Okay, so they're like behind a little bit. I can't decide with these guys. They're too close and it feels weird. I don't know. We're gonna have to play around with it, make it somewhat more dynamic, more interesting. Push him back a little bit so it's like these two were front, because it doesn't make sense that they're perfectly in a line. I don't think people usually stand perfectly in line. Yeah, I'll play around with Randir off stream. I'm gonna see how far I can go. This is actually probably like the 3/4 stage, like 3/4 the way done for these, for this type of commission. As you can see, I'm tired. I can't formulate words anymore, but I'm pretty happy with it, considering how far we started from. my next stream is gonna be on Sunday. I honestly cannot tell you if I'm gonna be doing something new or if I'm gonna do commissions. It depends on how far behind I am. Friday, Saturday, I usually push really hard on commissions to get as much as I can done. So I have been incorporating commissions more into my streams lately because I've been doing so much prep for art events and things like that. So we'll see how that goes. But until then, thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much to Luton for resubscribing, just in case he watches this ever again. I'm gonna go lie down now. Thank you. Bye-bye.